Okay, day 3 Dragon Europeans outside of Helsinki. Less than 10 minutes to the start. Or was it?
First signal.
Sorry?
First signal.
Yeah, to the first signal, so a bit over 10 minutes until the start. The line is in place and the course being set in the easterly, pretty lighter breeze than expected so far, 7 knots on average. And sea state, of course, almost flat compared to yesterday when we had the strong southwesterly blowing. Beautiful warm day, very tactical conditions looks like, and we're starting from the situation where Jan Wortmann, Germany, is in the lead with 10 points after 3 races. Michael Sankel, Portugal, 90 second, 1 point behind the leaders, and then Denmark, Bo Johansen in 3rd place, 12 points behind the leaders. However, today 2 races scheduled, and if that will be the case, then if I understand correctly, we will have the discard coming into play after today. So we'll see how this will be developing, but so far rather light conditions, maybe a little bit more pressure coming during the day, and with this heat and sun not being covered by many clouds, there could be a little bit of a sea breeze effect coming into play as well, when the wind might be shifting to the right during the day, but forecast was very steady easterly, so let's see how it pans out. Waiting for the warning signal, and the boats are cruising along the starting line, checking out the line, whether it's biased one way or the other. Hard to tell which way one would like to go from the start. What do you think, Ed?
Yeah, so we actually had a little chance to catch up with the overnight leader, Jan Wortmann, sailing Sapphire, and he, well, was obviously delighted to be leading the regatta at this early stage, but definitely emphasized the point that it's not easy out there, and they're definitely not counting their chickens before they hatch. When we asked him about sort of how tricky it was sailing these past few days, he wanted to emphasize that just keeping your head out the boat was a big, was sort of the source behind their success, and they never really had a, I think he said, master plan, that it had to kind of be tailored on the go, which is of course what all sailing is really about.
Zero degrees, 060 degrees, 2 nautical miles.
Okay, the length of the first leg is 2 nautical miles into direction 060, so almost, well, not quite in east yet, so it might be turning right during the first race and during the day, as the forecast was pretty spot on easterly winds, and now it's more northeasterly. The line is in place, and as Edu just pointed out, and the leader of the regatta has been commentating, the fact is that something that works on one beat will not be any useful information anymore on the next beat, so you have to change your plan as you go and have your head out of the boat, as Jan Wortmann put it. So no easy times on the boats and no time for a cigarette and beer. You have to be racing all the time, full on. If you fall asleep, you will be losing a lot of places. And someone else said that one little mistake and it's roughly 20 boats that you are dropping. The competition is tight, and the level of racing in the top group is very quality stuff.
Jan also mentioned when we chatted to him that he sort of wanted to make an appeal to the younger crowd of sailors, and he was comparing this dragon racing here at the European Championships to some of the best laser racing or even optimist World Championship racing, and just emphasizing that every little mistake is very costly.
Yeah, well, here next to us we have Fin 104, and there's the Sandman sisters from NJK sailing, I think one of their, if not the first, international dragon regatta, and they have a experience from all the dinghy classes and various type of sailing, J's and 6 meters and you name it. And how old are they? They are under 30.
I would say under 30, yeah.
I think, yeah. So newcomers and young generation, which is very welcome. And I have to say, in Finland we have been quite successful lately, attracting young people to sail the keelboat. Maybe especially those ones who probably have dropped out their dinghy sailing already on the sort of more serious level, but want to carry on with the racing. Dragons meter classes offer a great feel for quality sailing, and the young generation is more than welcome to come and challenge the more experienced sailors.
I think someone mentioned that maybe half the crew of the top half of the fleets are professionals.
Yeah, and there is the Corinthian division, maybe exactly for that reason, that the teams with no professionals on board have their own ranking as well, which is another story. Then there's the wooden boat division with only a handful of boats, but interestingly, one of them being one of the top contenders in overalls, that's Blue Bottle, and it's at the 5 minutes.
Class warning signal, so I think the orange flag just went up. So we have 1 minute until the class flag, aka
Okay,
5
so
minutes.
6 minutes to go.
I just saw one of the boats beating upwind across the start line, and to the naked eye and from fairly far away, it does seem like maybe the pin end is a little bit further upwind, but just an observation.
As it usually.
Yeah, of course it is slightly intentional that the pin end of the line is slightly favored.
Yesterday we had the crowded pin end, but let's see how it goes today. What's the general thinking of what are they expecting the wind to do? My guess is that most of them expect it to shift a little bit right, which would mean then
5 minutes.
traffic at the boat end. Now it's less than 5 to go, and so far there's no traffic at the pin end.
Yeah, it is pretty indicative that perhaps the fleet in general are thinking of the right hand side and a boat end.
Yeah.
Boat end starts. I think the line is looking fairly similar in length to yesterday. Once again to the naked
Yeah,
eye.
more or less. And I think the length of the line has been really a problem to anyone so far, except if you change your mind too late, change your side, then it's a long way to go before you get there. And now even more so with the lighter breeze, it takes you several minutes to sail from end to end.
3 minutes 45 seconds to the start of the fourth race.
We wanted to be at the pin end, but maybe
maybe we should be close to leeward.
yeah. We are too far away from the action now. What's the time?
We are at 3 minutes 20 seconds. At least right now the fleet is pretty far back from the line. Of course, as we get into the final minutes, we will see them pushing that line.
Yeah. If anything, I would imagine a boat and chaos, and let's see how the fleet's gonna spread out, but so far it looks like very congested.
I think it is fascinating that even if the right-hand side is believed to be favoured, and maybe the boat end might be a little bit favoured, I think it's still interesting that no one is starting on the pin. I think there's a lot of daylight between that most leeward Swedish boats.
One could almost try a port and start. Port tack start in these conditions. You would have your privacy and time to even tack if you can't cross them. No one dared to go for that.
Sorry, I think I've messed up with the time. I think we're at 35 seconds to the start. Apologies. $20 to go.
Yeah, that seems right.
Judging by the pictures we're seeing here.
Yeah.
12 seconds to go. 10, 7, 6, 5.
Nice start.
3,
from here.
2, 1.
And some boats definitely over if you're kind of anywhere near.
Yeah. I think we might have a general.
At the other end there are boats coming back. This bunch is carrying on, so their Vakaros is showing green, but at the other end there's traffic coming back. So the race is on, definitely. No issues. We are racing. Sweden 3:30, closest to the pin end. There was a gap of over 50 meters to the pin end.
Just looking at this tacking angle, I can't help but think that was the pin end actually favoured? Obviously,
It was a bit, yeah. Sweden, Albin Boman, Ellen Boman, and Therese Johansson on the Sweden 3:30, closest to us. And Finn 85, Christian Borenius above them. Another Swedish boat.
Sweden 335 having all the luxury in the world to kind of foot sail a little bit lower and faster,
Yeah.
being the most leeward boat, and obviously that's what you win when you win the pin end.
Yeah. Sweden 391 looking also good. Mattias Jonsson, Mattias Steininger, Mikael Ring on Merinda.
The Dutch boat falling into the bad air,
Yeah,
dirty air, and
tacking
having
away.
to tack off.
Yeah, and there's Anatoly Loginov also on the second row. Only 5-6 boats from us. Not the best start for the very experienced and merited dragon sailor. Then I can see Finn 64, there is Henna Tenström. And Sweden 345. Sweden 345 would be
Seems like
Jakob Wallenberg with Henrik Balchevsky and Carl-Johan Fries on the boat Ming.
I think seems like the wind has gone also slightly to the left, judging by the way Fin 330 and Fin 85 are in relation to each other. It looks like it's harder for the windward boats to stay on the hip, but once again it's been quite a drag race out to this left-hand side, and
Fin 88, Petri Vuorijoki looking pretty good on the first row, carrying on starboard in their own free lane. While Fin 63 is getting dirty air from the Swedes and have to tack. Fin 63 is Lauri Reckard, skippering Nenia.
slight wind increase here on the port-hand side of the line. I think,
Could be more pressure here.
yeah, more pressure, and Sweden 330 extending yet again. I'm wondering if they could cross.
Climbing up as well on Fin 85, soon able to tackle cross them if they like.
The old sailing adage of cross when you can might apply pretty soon.
Yeah. And but so far most of the fleet is carrying on starboard. There are not that many that have made an early tack to the right. There is probably maybe a dozen boats on port tack at the moment, but most of them carry on starboard. It could be that closer to the islands there is a bit more pressure here than out on the open sea.
I'm thinking just in the recent moments, it seems.
Now Borenius is getting a lift and making a bit of gain on Sweden 330.
But definitely hats off to Fin 85 for hanging in there for as long as they have. Not an easy place to live.
No.
Having someone to leeward,
Yeah.
and as well to leeward, but you know that's
I'm
probably
not
the
able
case.
to see them so well, at least from the helmsman's position.
And the crews will be talking to their skippers constantly how they're doing in relation to the closest boat. Are they higher, faster, lower, slower? Which is changing all the time. A little bit of pressure, you're able to stay a little bit higher, a little bit of a shift. If the wind turns left slightly, it makes it harder to live there for fin 85.
Telling him not to turn his head.
Yeah, concentrate, just drive the
Keep
boat.
calm. Just concentrate. Albin Boman driving
He's got
Young Dragons, Sweden 330. So there's a young team from Sweden. Albin Boman, Ellen Boman, Ann-Therese Johansson. And is there fourth person as well on board? Yes, there is. I just can't see the name.
It seems to the naked eye that the wind is headed slightly, and
Dennis Fonseca Carlson is the
Sweden 330 really looking to get back into the middle of the race course. Will be interesting to see how they end up. Really looking really strong here. Skipper's head is turning.
Albin's looking back. Come on. Keep driving.
Might we hear a plea? Might we hear a plea from them?
They definitely want to attack. That's why his head is turning now a lot. He's hoping for
They can absolutely cross fin 85, but I think the next boat might be the...
391 is a problem.
It seemed like they got even more headed now recently in the last few moments.
Yeah,
Which is, of course, amazing to sort of be
they
the...
get a nice header here, and they could start crossing. Just have to take some sterns in the worst case.
Yeah.
But I think it would be definitely time to start thinking about it. We're getting close to these first islands here. Who's gonna make the move? They're all looking at each other. There's a group of 5 boats which are very tight pack, maybe the Fin 88 looking strongest, and they will be the leader of this pack. Then the rest being pretty close. Wallenberg attacked already earlier. He has left this group. Albin Boman would definitely like to tack around, but he's just looking at Christian Borenius and Sweden 391 Mattias Jonsson waiting for their action.
Sweden 338 getting increasingly close to the island, and we know that there are rocks in front of the island. So
soon it's time to call for water.
yeah,
They can cross the fins and then maybe take the stern of their landmates Sweden 391. I knew that they would like to have a clean lane. Then there's now Fin 88 is tacking, so one out of one. There goes
yeah, there we go.
Sweden 330.
Big backing of the Genoa.
And easily crossing Borenius, then the Swedish boat. Okay.
Yeah, I had a feeling that might
They
happen.
attack Libau. And so is Lillavåg and Henrik Tenström, Fin 64 doing. They are all on port now, except Borenius still carries on starboard.
I think what happened there was ample opportunities of being a little bit headed, but not really being able to take the shift. And now that they've tacked, it almost seems that
the boats that started from the middle line, they are several boat lengths ahead of these guys. So the fin end was not really paying off very well. And now there's a huge spread out already in the fleet. you can hardly see the guys out at sea, but no one's getting much more pressure at the moment. They're all standing or not heeling over quite a lot anywhere.
And maybe to no one's surprise, but it seems like it's blue bottle there, just tacking now in front of these.
Blue bottle crossed the whole pack here at the pin end. Yeah, and they now tacked on port, looking very good. But the big question is, how is that bunch on the right hand side? Who went furthest out? How are they doing out there compared to blue bottle? It looks like these guys here on port are now being lifted.
I'm just looking at blue bottle and Sweden 330.
Yeah.
It's blue bottles going at least definitely higher to the wind. I don't know if they're going faster, but definitely.
They're pointing really nicely. And looks like they're having an okay pressure as well, so they really are looking good. At least with the first. Which way are we gonna go towards the top mark is the question here. I don't want to disturb anyone, but we want to stay as close as possible. We just carry on this side here. There's Finland 64.
That was my concern.
I like the position of blue bottle. She's looking good. Now Lilla Vågen attacking, and we can go around the fleet at this end. You see the top mark already. 2 miles away.
Yeah.
Are these guys standing over?
It might, yeah, I would say so. Of course, could be
At least
headed.
certainly ley line.
As it currently stands, definitely on the ley line. No two ways about that one.
Okay, that's interesting.
But yeah, 15 minutes if we now say that this was the they tacked on the ley line, it'll take another 15 minutes to get to the top mark, so many shifts can happen in between then.
So that definitely means that top mark is a bit too far right for this wind. These guys have reached the ley line very early. I would imagine that at the top mark we will have a sea flag up for change of course.
Yeah, that's been a bit of a common occurrence during this regatta. Almost, I think, every race.
I think there's, yeah, but they've been very spot on doing the corrections. And,
absolutely.
And the conditions have really kept them busy. For now, I'm starting to think that these guys on the left hand side are not looking too bad. Is that bunch out there at sea, are they standing
Slightly upright.
upright more than these guys here? Looks almost like there's more pressure here. Safety boat wanting to be in that.
Everyone's looking
Camera.
for their 5 minutes of fame. Unfortunately, we don't have their names here.
We can't list everybody. And the blue bottle sticking out of the pack here quite nicely and looking very steady, well balanced. I would like to say that slowly but surely stretching away from their closest followers. She seems to have a very good boat speed and it's working again.
Yeah, we momentarily had that shot of them behind, and it definitely seemed like they were going higher to the wind.
Yeah.
And even a little bit more heeled over.
I think the group on the right hand side is not a threat at the moment to Blue Bottle or the boats nearby them.
Yeah, it seems like they're crossing easily.
Yeah.
So perhaps a little bit more wind on this left-hand side.
Yeah, that's right.
On this first upwind beat of race 4.
We have also Netherlands 22 here next to us. Let's check. There they are, Robin de Jong, Thomas Lindström and Jyrki Järvi, the local knowledge on board. Olympic gold medalist from Sydney 2000 in 49er class. He's joined the Dutch team for this regatta.
Do you think they let him home?
I think I saw him at the helm yesterday. Oh,
That's nice of him.
but it's on this list. He's not in the skipper's position. There's Robin de Jong, but it might also be that he's the owner or whatever. But Jyrki should at least know these waters quite well, and don't know about his dragon background. Probably not that many experiences in this class.
Visiting rock star, so to speak. Guest starring.
Yeah.
But once again, hats off to Blue Bottle. They're
Yeah,
going like an absolute
they're
train.
looking really good.
And not just that, but playing it tactically, strategically, so perfectly. Just a pleasure to watch, really.
Yeah, apart from one race, they've been the whole time on top of their action and really showing the way to the fleet. And it looks like they are back in that position again. Slowly but surely the guys from the right are getting closer, and still my money is on Blue Bottle leading.
I think even from here, it almost seems like they're. I mean, we saw the shot of from them from behind, where you could definitely quite clearly see that they were going higher to the wind. I don't know if they're going faster, but they're definitely more heeled over, going higher to the wind than any boats close to them. And even from here, it seems like they're a little bit more heeled over, going well.
Here Sweden 345 was furthest to the left, or has gone furthest to the left. They are not as far as Blue Bottle, for example, but nice pressure on their sails. comparing with the guys out there, I think that is a key factor now that there's more wind inside. And on top of that, a port lift soon after the start. So that combination probably is making the guys here nearer to us look so good at the moment. Still a long way to the mark. 2 miles, a bit shorter than previous days, but also a little less free, so that's a welcome adjustment to the length of the course.
Last night's the overnight leader Jan Wortman was saying that he thoroughly enjoyed these really, really long races when perhaps some other competitors have maybe found them overly long.
Yeah.
But he said he thoroughly enjoyed it, and he's just buzzing to get back to racing. Like he said, like sauces on the movement when they did too, and obviously they've been helped by the robotic marks.
Yeah.
I think it would be quite a workout for even 50 volunteers to be moving around here. It's pretty deep. So technology at the forefront of race organizing in this current day and age, and then of course the Vagro system on top of that.
Yeah, the trend nowadays is towards shorter courses and more races per day, but this is the old school long course racing, which has got its own benefits and temptations, but not everybody has got the nerves for that.
Absolutely, to be concentrating fully for the better half of, well, for an hour and a half, it's a long time.
Yeah.
Whether you're leading the race, whether you're fighting in the mid-fleet, the intensity is way up there. And that's perhaps why some sailors might not really... It might be tough, yeah, for some sailors.
Okay, now the fleet is funneling together again, and yeah, it looks like the guys furthest out didn't benefit so much, but there is a sort of bit more conservative group which headed to the right, but not all the way, and they not looking
too shabby.
Too bad, but I don't think there's a single boat that is getting even close, never mind crossing the blue bottle. And then there's the second row from our side, from the left hand side, which are also looking pretty strong. But yeah, then it's getting a mix.
I just want to remark on Blue Bottle that I mean, we sail the 6 meters often, and within the 6 meter fleet, the differences between the boats are pretty big. And you get some boats that are light wind boats, you know, they're actually weigh a lot, considerably less than some of the other boats. So obviously they're favoring the lighter winds. And just looking at Blue Bottle and how they're seem just a few degrees, even to the naked eye from this far, it seems that they're a little bit more heeled over all the time. It almost seems like they're a lighter boat.
I don't know, but also looks like able to point
higher,
just a little higher all the time without compromising their speed at all. So the gap has just widened slowly but surely. They're looking absolutely
Unstoppable.
stunning. Yeah. and already pretty close to the mark, so they will go around the mark in a clear lead. That's definitely certain. And as we've been saying for a while, quite a few of these left-hand side boats will be entering the rounding in the top 10. So all in all, left was a little better choice at the start and after the start.
Just one more thing about Blue Bottle, and I want to note is that in the races that they've won, they've had a considerable lead at the top mark, which means that then their downwind leg has been they've been pretty unbothered by any of their closest competitors, which in this light breeze is even more perhaps frustrating. As a leading boat, you have so much wind shadow that you need to contend with, and to have that little buffer, or quite a considerable buffer, in this lighter air is just, they're sailing their own race essentially.
Yeah, as Graham and Julia Bailey yesterday said after winning the first two races and then ending up 23rd in the third race, how the world changes. First, everything is so simple and easy when you are
Fighting tooth and nail.
commanding the fleet in the first place, and then having the 20 boats in front of you, how difficult life can be. But now they are back in the lead after a perfect first beat, coming to the top mark with a nice margin to the following pack. On the transit leg, getting the spinnaker ready, and no one's able to cover them. They can sail their own way and don't have to point any higher than necessary. They've been very good mastering the downwind sailing as well, pointing very low and keeping their speed up. Spinnaker is filled already
Before the offset mark.
before the offset mark, and there they go.
That was impressive.
Away and absolutely
In a league of their own.
fantastic. Two youngsters doing the boat handling on the foredeck, and then Graham on the tiller, and his wife Julia, as Graham said, the brain on board. Fantastic. And keep in mind the boat is from 1948. That's a classy act. Second boat at the spinnaker hoist, that is Germany 1208, if I said correctly. And that's Nicola Friesen, female skipper on board Halesi. And the third one, did you see the sail number? It's another German boat, isn't it? No, it's a British one. 832.
Can hear some shouting, not
And so
typical.
GBR 832 third, that's David Tabb at the helm. And then Sweden 330, which we were following from the pin end, they rounded fourth. So yeah, coming from the left, that's their probably best rounding in the regatta. GBR 375, that's Ivan Bradbury.
Sweden 3-3.
88, Petri Vuorioki, and Fin 85. Christian Borenius. They also came from the left side of the course and did very well, their best first beat in this regatta.
Now in this light breeze we can see the leading boats sort of having to sail a higher course to keep their air clear, which we perhaps didn't see as much yesterday with the bigger breeze and when boats were able to sail almost dead downwind in negative angles. But I'm very impressed with Sweden 330 winning the pin end.
Yeah, there were quite a few boats now in the top 10 who haven't been there before in this regatta, so there's quite a nice reshuffle. But then Blue Bottle returning to commander's position. Estonia 5 looking pretty good as well. Yevgen Raslavets, Alexei Zigadlo, Raul Grigoriev on Sparven. Fin 98. That's Hema Virkkunen. Doing very well. More Finns in the top 10 than
Ever before
in this event. So maybe the home waters were paying off today more than before. Then we have with the UAE 17 a very experienced team. Closest to us here, that is the Anatoly Loginov, Alexei Murashkin, Alexander Shalagin on Annapurna. Very experienced Dragon team. Maybe haven't had their best event so far, but now they are in the reach of the top position. And Fin 92 Margaret, one of the top Finnish teams with Peter van Kuuskul, Imin Cheng, Niko and Pauli Ruokasuo. They are also knocking on the top 10 group.
Now we have Sweden 330 jibing onto port in front of GBR 375.
Yeah, they wanted to get inside there.
I wonder if they'll go take a left-hand turn or a right-hand turn. Right-hand turn meaning they'll be...
They're shouting at us. Ja vähän kaunis sitten, jos on tonne ihan käsittämättä. GBR 375 is Ivan Bradbury, Lars Henriksen and George Leonchuk on Blue Haze. Pin 88, jibing. Petri Vuorijoki, Matti Pentti, Siegfried Karlsson. Christian Borenius and Anatoly Loginov still carry on starboard jibe. Pysytään näiden etupuolella. Trying to avoid a position where the wind axes are pointing at us. They seem to get nervous very easily.
I think in that situation the Windex was maybe pointing at a competitor before it was before.
Borenius jibing, and so is Loginov. And Estonia 19 likewise. So they're all pointing at the mark on port jibe. Estonia 19 is René Treifeld, Aeropank Mikkel Kos on Gusto XL. The whole fleet on the run, wide spread out again. Blue Bottle in charge with a clear gap to the following up.
You're definitely benefiting from the sort of infighting and covering of the boats that are packed close
Yeah,
together.
the others are giving each other a bit of a headache while Blue Bottle is staying in a clear wind and able to sail the shortest distance to the mark. There's no more wind so far, and the pressure has remained pretty much the same, lightish. 7, 8 knots.
Another thing that Blue Bottle does really well is that they're able to stay between the next mark and their competitors.
Yeah, it's very.
Which is basically the big idea there, but to somehow do it so consistently and without compromising your own sort of tactics, to do it so effortlessly, I guess to say.
Yeah, it's very difficult to spot mistakes in their sailing. They are flawless.
It'll be interesting to see whether they take the right-hand turn or the left-hand turn, i.e. will they go back to the left-hand side of the course where they sort of came from on the first beat, or will they head out to the right-hand side of the course, taking a left turn at the bottom mark gates. Obviously in the first race we saw them head to the left-hand side of the beat on the first upwind, coming really nicely from there. They were leading throughout the whole race, and then changing sides, so taking the right-hand side of the mark. Taking the right-hand side of the mark on the second beat.
Yeah. You see the mark there. Staying out of the way, not covering the mark for the guys behind us. They should be jibing soon. still a few hundred meters to go. It's a long run in these conditions. Takes a lot of nerves and patience to get it done.
I think on that note we could start heading down to the bottom mark gates.
Postcard pictures from the bottom mark to the fleet with the spinnakers in this beautiful sunny setup.
Yeah, I mean one could be forgiven for thinking we're in the Mediterranean, but it really is just Helsinki. And on that note, I think we'll see you back at the bottom mark gates.
Yeah, Carolus Renke on Fin 101 heading really far out to the right hand side of the run. They're trying to find their own breeze here. Okay, but we make a fast move to the bottom mark and back in pictures in a while. Okay, the leading boat, Blue Bottle, getting close to the bottom gate, and we have a bit of a feeling in the air that the breeze might be picking up slightly, more pressure. Looks like the spinnakers are a little bit more filled, and definitely Blue Bottle has stretched their lead again.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a case of the rich getting richer.
Yeah.
With such a tight-knit fleet right behind them, but they've impressively extended their lead, but perhaps not unsurprisingly.
Yeah. They've done it before. What an awesome sight, this fleet with spinnakers up, spread out in this beautiful light. Of Blue Bottle has the benefit of being able to take photographs for their families looking back.
I think it's also fairly fitting that they have this yellow spinnaker.
Yeah.
I know they're not leading currently, but just based off of their recent track records.
Blue hull and yellow spinnakers is the spot.
Almost a little bit reminiscent of
Distance is 1.7 nautical miles.
Okay, the top mark has been moved, and the next beat is 1.7 miles long, the wind shift. As we said on the first beat, the course was a bit skew, and now they moved the mark to the left.
Seems Blue Bottle are taking a
And there
left-hand
comes Blue
turn.
Bottle, and my guess was wrong. I was saying they would turn starboard, but they're going port and pointing their bow out to the sea. But let's see for how long, how soon are they backing to starboard to cover the fleet. Very calm maneuvers, boat is very quiet, everything just works, no one needs to say much. And then there is a bit of a gap until the next one's Great Britain 832, closest to the mark, following Blue Bottle. That's David Tabb, Martin Westergaard, while Vidinha Costa on Send in the Clowns, GBR 832, and then Germany 1207. Which is Nikola Friesen, Vadim Statchenko, Charles Nanking. And Charles Nanking rings the bell. Sounds South African.
Could it be the same person?
And GBR 375 in the fourth position, tacking at the mark. That's Ivan Bradbury, Lars Henriksen, George Leonchuk. And Sweden 330 holding a nice position. Since the start they were looking good, and that's Albin Boman, Ellen Boman, Ann-Therese Johansson on Young Dragons, on the young team that we were talking about earlier. It's still nicely in the top 10. Their overall position after 3 races was 44, so they must be chuffed about this situation. Now a big group of boats turning the bottom gate, going both ways. There's Estonia 5, Jevgen Draslavet on Sparven. There's Belgium 82, Javier Van Este, and Germany 1171. Germany 1171. I'm struggling to find. That's Dirk Neukirchen, Michael Georg School out on lifetime. They are overall in the 50th position, so a bit of a reshuffle happening, and some of the front runners struggling a bit more than before. Now here's a starboard port situation, but looks like
That looked a bit naughty.
Finns did a naughty trick to each other. That's at least not called team racing. Portugal 90.
I'm just noticing that looking up the course here, it does seem like the right-hand side has a little bit more pressure, a little bit more white caps, and that is where the majority of the leaders went. Of course, some of them tacking earlier on, but mainly for the reason that it couldn't live and had to clear their air. So we're seeing, at least from the top group, they're all trying to go right.
Yeah.
And a little bit earlier on, Blue Bottle, which is here on this far right hand side, tacked and headed to the middle of the fleet once again, playing it smart and not hitting.
Is that Blue Bottle over there?
Yeah. Playing it smart and not really needing to go all the way to the right hand side, perhaps maybe even covering the fleet, and doing a great job once again of
the overall seconds after 3 races. Portugal 90, Mikael Sanko. They are quite a bit behind Blue Bottle at the moment, so that's not good news to them. And Denmark 428. I didn't spot them at this rounding, might have missed them. They are 3rd overall. So we're gonna check them out at the top mark, how they're looking, but definitely this is a big step forward for Blue Bottle, heading for probably their 3rd bullet in this regatta, but we let them sail this beat and then one more run to the finish line, but they're looking very strong at the moment.
I think Finn 86 might have an issue.
What's happening on board Finn 86?
Very loose sails for quite a while, sailing very low after the mark.
Probably had a bit of a situation at the bottom gate. There's Finn 93 as well.
Ooh,
struggling to
Estonia and Finland have a port starboard.
Upwind leg. And Hong Kong 69 on the mark, and then that's pretty much the whole fleet on the upwind leg again. We take outside this time, following the fleet from seaside, getting to the top mark. Majority tacking in rather early, which is not so surprising knowing what happened on the first beat. Blue Bottle doing their loose cover further out at the sea, but having the fleet nicely under control. Is there chance for catching up from the left as it was working on the first bit? Remains to be seen, but slightly more pressure all in all as it was on the first bit. The water is a bit darker, the waves are getting a little bit more deep, and yeah. Fin 104 here closest to us. That's Lady B with the young female crew on board. Cecilia and Katarina Sandman in charge. Looking for their own lane here. Further out the right hand side. Still quite a way to the starboard ley line, and most of the fleet knocking the other side of the course. Denmark 322 in front of Lady B. That's Søren Mortensen, Henrik Ødegaard Thomsen, Søren Christensen on the boat called Grace. They come in 29th after 3 races. Sandman sisters, Sandra Sonneborn and Emil Weijand on Lady B. They are 22nd position after 3 races. Three boats still carrying on the port deck, further out to the sea, hoping for a right hand shift with the warming up day. So far can't really see that happening, and pressure wise I somehow have the feeling that if anything, then the inside is still the better place to be, but we'll see how these guys manage to catch up, or do they manage to catch up. Jakob Wallenberg also heading out to the sea with Sweden 345. Still a way to go to the ley line, while the Danish team pack in front of Lady B. There's one more boat further out. still on port tack. Would you call this banging corners?
That's what I've been thinking about the whole time. Is that
They are very,
the further we go,
very lonely here.
what degree of banging the corner is this? But that being said, we noticed that a lot of boats actually continue sailing in disturbed air or in someone else's loose cover, just because tacks in these boats they are very expensive. And obviously, while banging the corner is literally the most extreme thing one could do on an upwind beat, it does save maneuvers.
Let's go and see who's the furthest out there.
The first time around, and now we have these two lonely boats here on the right hand side, and my guess is basically that they were sort of forced to come out here.
Now Cecilia Sandman tacking as well, just slightly further than the Brits, making sure they have their own wind now for quite a while. Nobody's going to be covering them for a good time, and they can concentrate on boat speed and hoping for right hand shifts to take them to the mark and give them an advantage. Still a long way to go until they start meeting the boats coming from the left, but yeah, I think Meteor Racing is still standing a chance, but they need that lift. As it's going now, they're not gonna make huge gains. They need this lift that they probably were counting on.
Yeah, just looking from here, it does seem that the left-hand side has once again paid dividends for the boats that went there.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at the right boat, yeah, it must be Blue Bottle there. Soon behind Meteor Racing,
Yeah.
They are far ahead. So that gap is huge. And it looks like on the left hand side, Blue Bottle has just stretched away even more from their closest competitors, so they're doing perfect job. Okay, we could move forward and closer to the mark so we can get there before Blue Bottle.
a tisket, a tasket, a brown and yellow basket. A little girlie picked it up, just a little yellow.
Täysin uusi täyssähköinen Skoda Epic. Yksinkertaisesti eeppinen.
Skoda.
Okay, the second bit is getting complete as blue bottle is reaching the mark in a very clearly have to make a little correction tack right at the mark, but they can afford that, just a boat length shy, and around they go. And nothing to worry about. The left hand side has been the better side on this beat as well. Boats heading out to the sea didn't make any gains, quite the contrary.
Tyyppi meressä.
Kato eteen.
Joo.
Lasse managed.
Joo. Mä vaan näen mitä.
Joo, mä näen. Second boat reaching the mark. Also a little shy, have to do a bit of a luff, and GBR 832. Second at the top mark with David Tabb at the helm. Third around the top mark will be GBR 375, Ivan Bradbury with Lars Henriksen and George Leonchuk. And then looks like Estonia 5 getting to the mark next. And there comes 1207 Germany, Nicola Friesen at the helm, Belgium 82, Javier Van Este is that fifth position, sixth position, or Sweden 330, the youngsters still remaining a good position. Seventh, Germany 11.
Squeezed nicely, came to the top mark on port and were able to just squeeze in front of their compatriots. 1171.
Germany 11, Christoph Töpfer. They were coming 26th after yesterday, now in the top 10. And we have a in-water camera here in front of us. Etu Lähteenmäki doing his extreme shooting. I hope he's got a good life insurance. Fin 92 has gained. They climbed up quite nicely on this second beat, Peter van Kooskoel at the helm, followed by Denmark 428. Denmark 428 is Bo Johansen, who was overall second after 2 days. So they've got a bit of a work to do to get to Blue Bottle. The crowd is cheering behind us. And there comes Turkey 12. Andy Beadsworth rounding the offset mark. Christian Borenius, Fin 85, and then Anatoly Loginov, UAE 17. That was Netherlands 447 in front of them. That's Hoiby Bannier, nyt Arne Hubrechtse and George Etty. Fin 90, Andy Johansson, not Johansson. Okay, we could start following the fleet further down. Crowded here. There came TBR 402, which was looking for a place to overtake from the right hand side of the course. Didn't succeed in that. Left hand side was the better place to be. Tää screeni menee lukkoon koko ajan, niin saattais pitää.
Jos sä ajat, niin mä voin tehdä sille jotain.
Joo.
Nyt se on auki koko ajan.
Okay. The fleet has stretched out a big time, maybe more than even in the races before. blue bottle is a tiny dot on the horizon, and there is still a dozen of boats going around the top mark. Fin 86 here next to us, that's Mikko Jaatinen with Akusti and Ossi Jaatinen, a very experienced Finnish Dragon team, been in the class for many years. And with the red spinnaker Fin 64, that's Lilla Vågen. Henrik Tenström at the helm. He's a last minute replacement skipper instead of Tom Jungell, who's been sailing the boat for many years but was forced to jump off the boat for this regatta. Denmark 394 behind Lilla Vågen. Here is Søren Kastel, Philip Skafteholm and Christian Ahlström, Finnish crew member, joining the Danish boat. And behind them GBR 402, one of the pre-regatta favorites, which haven't really succeeded to the expectations. I'm sure they are not too pleased so far in these demanding conditions. That's Pete Cook, Torvar Mersky, Federico Melon. 15th after 3 races and now out of top 20 at the moment. And Blue Bottle, there are no more words to explain their performance. They are just pulling away from the fleet, and nothing's gonna take the third win from them anymore. Wind hasn't been picking up more. If anything, it might look even slightly lighter right now than it was on the first run. So we carry on in pretty light conditions. The sea state is rather flat. There's a bit of the old swell from yesterday. Slightly confused sea state, but nothing too demanding, and enough wind to keep the boat moving nicely, even dead downwind. Okay, should we make a jump to the finish line and then be back on air? Okei, ollaanko me ready?
Joo.
Okay, race 4, day 3, and Blue Bottle getting to the finish line in a very impressive lead. Eddie, how did they do it again?
Great start, headed to the left-hand side. I think maybe the boat speed has maybe been the perhaps thing that has stood
It
out
helps.
most. Yeah, makes every single decision look like a great decision. Great boat speed, but then also choosing the correct side. So both upwinds heading to the left-hand side, and on the downwinds just having enough of a buffer to sort of not
Although
get...
the second was kind of covering it from the right side of the pack, but yeah, controlling
Yeah, so
very well.
took a left-hand turn at the bottom mark on the second upwind, and then were initially heading to the right where they seemed like there was a little bit more pressure, but then ultimately heading to the middle of the fleet, middle of the course to sort of lose cover the boats that were once again looking for that shift on the left-hand side, which paid so handsomely on the first upwind, which ended up being the correct upwind once again. So Blue Bottle once again playing their cards very well, and cannot be understated how well they've sailed today, leading at every single mark. Of course, they had a little bit of a misstep yesterday in the third race, but having overall, barring anything too wild, will now be having three wins out of the last 4 races, with a little bit of a misstep yesterday. I believe it was a 23rd place. And for anyone wondering, that race took the winner 1 hour and 37 minutes.
So pretty exactly the target time, and that's Blue Bottle done. 3 out of 4 they managed to win so far. Graham Bailey, Julia Bailey in charge, and then there is GBR 832 and GBR 375 heading for the finish line. So British 1, 2, 3 in the race 4. GBR 832 getting the second place, David Tabb, Martin Westerdahl, Joao Vidinia Costa, sounds like a multinational team, followed by GBR 375, another multinational combo, Ivan Bradbury, Lars Henriksen, George Leonchuk on Blue Haze. So 3 British boats in the top, then a bit of a gap. And Estonia 5, Yevgen Braslavets, Alexei Zigadlo, Raul Grigoriev on Sparven. Pretty close battle with German 1207. They are 5th overall so far, and that's Nikola Friesen, Vadim Statsenko and Charles Nankin on Kalesi. And that will make it the top 5. Then we have Belgium 82, Javier Van Este, Dries van den Abele, Gustavo Lima. Experienced names in the crew representing Belgium on the boat called Herbie, followed by Germany 1171. They were position 50 after the 2 days. So Dirk Neukirchen must be happy with this achievement. There's a really close 3-boat finish and a bit of shouting involved, driving to port to get to the finish line, and there's a starboard boat coming, just avoiding the mark and getting over the finish line. There's four boats pretty much at the same time, and some argument about right of way and possible contact.
Sweden
Sorry.
Sweden 333 just coming to the finish there after winning the pin end and heading all the way to the left hand side
Yeah,
in
that
first speed. So
their
slowly
best
kind of
race.
dropping in the pecking order
Yeah.
throughout the race. But nevertheless, I'm sure they'll be more than happy with that
Yeah, that
result.
was their best result so far for the young team.
Maybe they're thinking, maybe it's not that hard after all.
And Finland 98, Hema Virkkunen also already finished. There's Peter von Kuusko, Finn 92, and Portugal 90 finishing right now.
Perhaps not their best results. So
No,
far.
they are the overall seconds before this race, and this was not what they were looking for. That's Michael Sankel, Portugal 90. And then a tight bunch of four boats crossing the finish line again, while one of the pre-regatta favorites on Turkey 12, boat called Provetsa, that's Andy Beatsworth with Simon Fry, Ali Ticker on Provetsa Dragon. They were coming fourth after yesterday, but now a disappointing result. Thinking of overall lead, Finn 88 behind them. That's Petri Vuorijoki. And Netherlands 447. Huy Banier, they were 30th after yesterday and finishing in the top 20 in today's first race. Okay, we can take a little break while we have the fleet finishing in these spectacular pictures, and after a little break we will be coming then back for a race number 5, second race today.
Täysin uusi täyssähköinen Skoda Epic. Yksinkertaisesti eeppinen.
Skoda.
Okay, race 5 getting ready to go. The countdown is on. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So the regatta is halfway of the 4 races. We haven't got updated results yet on managed to sail, but probably during this race they will be updated. Anyhow, the winner in race 4 was Blue Bottle, which has now 3 firsts, putting them in a strong position in the overall results. And we have less than 2 minutes to go to the next. Last race, race 4, it was the left hand side which was paying off. Are we expecting the same for this one?
I would think so, and judging by how the fleet is sort of crowded around the middle and the pin end, I think they're thinking the same, that the left hand side is going to pay handsomely. Interestingly, in the last race 4, the pin end was actually pretty empty.
And 1 minute to go. Yeah, way more traffic at the pin end this time.
I think the Swiss boat is one of the top culprits. I think they really enjoy starting from the pin end.
Yeah, they were 8 before today. Dirk Oldenburg, Dominic Sukipetro on the boat called Free.
Looking very nice are the Swiss with 30 seconds to go.
Pretty evenly spread out fleet. And looking like a successful start. I would say 15 seconds and a bit to go. Some bows getting rather close at the boat end.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I would say Netherlands 22 pretty close to be over.
The Swiss boat just having to squeeze to get past that pin
but
end
they
there.
were not early. But let's see, there are boats returning. Fin 95 already. 2 more boats heading back. At least 3 have 4 boats making a restart. And looks like a few more at the boat end side. Fin 103 looking very good at this end.
Yeah, Switzerland effectively winning the boat end, but not really having the time on distance or a good jump off the line, and you can kind of see them behind and only slightly in front of Finland 103.
Yeah, Finland 103 is Henrik Thelen, Martti Uusitalo, Jari Bremer. Nice start for them. And above them there is Sweden 800, also looking very, very good. That's Jan Seher, Rika Syden on Gerard Mitchell on Misbehavior. And leader of the yesterday, Jan Wortmann of Germany 1221. Sapphire above Misbehaving. Also a good start for race 5.
The Dutch team here, closest to us, doing a really nice job of footing and finding their own lane after having probably not the most optimal start near the pin end.
Yeah, that's Flynn, Huib, Barnier, Arne Hubrecht, and George Etty, Netherlands. And Finn 102, Heikki Pulsa, trying to find their clean air on the second row.
We have a nice drag race out to the left-hand side with the Switzerland 1313 and Finland 103 and Sweden 800 to windward. I think there is pretty nice separation between the three of them, but nevertheless it's quite a long way out to the port ley line or anywhere near the port ley line, so nice 15 minutes beat on this starboard tack most likely.
Before the race start, there was 10 knots of wind announced.
Feels a little bit stronger than that right
Yeah,
now.
I would also think that there's a little bit of a tendency for the wind to pick up.
Swiss boat looking like they're being able to pinch up nicely and kill off Finland 103. Struggling to really survive on the hip of Switzerland 313 there.
GBR 402 Meteor Racing, having had a reasonably nice start. Also on starboard, closer to the fin end at the start. They have a bit of a issue from the German 1221 Jan Wortmann sailing in front of them, very close to giving them dirty air. Looks like their Genoa is backing a little bit and they're struggling to keep their own lane there. Meteor Racing was in 9th position after yesterday. Didn't have a good start today in the first race, and now trying to keep their own in the first row. Have you spotted Blue Bottle anywhere so far in this race?
I actually haven't, but I just sort of picking up on the fact that even the boats that start in the middle of the fleets have continued out to this left-hand side. Obviously they're still sort of in the middle of the race course, but nevertheless sort of heading towards the left-hand side, which we've seen has been the way to go in the previous race, both upwinds.
Yeah, Meteor Racing had to tack and they are falling behind to the second row, so to speak. So not a great start for them this time either. Won't spot Blue Bottle's dark hull from here. We will see them. Oh, there they are. Above Finland 89. They are in a very good place again. similar spot at the start, and again first row own clear wind. That is a piece of art, how they do it time after time. Yeah, looking very good. There's Finn 101, Carolus Renke, also looking reasonably okay. Below Blue Bottle and above Estonia 55, which is Alar Volmer, Whitbread veteran from 1989, 1990, the Finnish Belmont Finland crew.
Blue Bottle is pretty far away from us, and even with this sort of compromised view from our boat, you can even tell from here that once again they're somehow pointing just a little bit higher all the time and going just as fast, if not faster, than everyone else.
Yeah. Slightly more clouds on the sky. The sun is behind the clouds and not giving so much heat, and probably affecting the wind as well, less than it would from a clear sky. So the easterlies.
Just looking at the Swiss boat here all the way out to the left-hand side of the course, I have an inkling that they might be getting ever so slightly headed.
Yeah, the wind looks like it's shifted more towards northeast compared to the previous race, and never really was from spot on east, which it was forecast to be. So a little bit more effect from the closest islands and the landmass as it's blowing already over the island.
There we go, the Swiss going for attack. Let's see how they end up. Are they ahead, or should be ahead of the first Finnish boat just crossing now on ports? I don't know if they'll get in front of the Sweden 800. Let's see.
Yeah. Gothenburg on port deck, they take the stern of Sweden 800.
With the slightly different wind direction, this island is sort of getting in the way a lot earlier than
Misbehavior attack.
The previous race.
Yeah. And now more port deckers as the islands are getting closer. No more water to carry on starboard. And looking at the top mark, we are still a good way below the port ley line. The heading to the top mark was 050 from the start. And the length of the first peak was said to be 2.2 miles. Blue bottle crossing the boats that were close to the pin from them, so at least they controlling the pack on the left hand side. Then it remains to be seen how they doing against the mid fleet and the right hand side, which is the crowdier side. More boats out there than far on the left. Blue bottle carries on. They were one of the few of these ones who cleared the closest islands without attacking. Now they are attacking the port. Henrik Thelen had to tack away from dirty air. Anatoly Loginov is still carrying on starboard. Are they gonna cross Blue Bottle? There, yeah. They are behind. There is Turkey 12 and the Beadsworth getting to Blue Bottle. They are ahead. Yeah, Blue Bottle had to tack in front of Andy Beadsworth. They are now neck to neck, and Beadsworth has to tack away. Blue Bottle was giving them dirty air, lee bowing them. So some more action and boat against boat situations, and even Blue Bottle has to fight for it. Free breeze, but did it with style. They crossed German 111 ahead and then lee bowed Andy Beadsworth, and then they carry on starboard to the left again.
I think the left-hand side has perhaps not been as advantageous as in the first race today. Kind of lots of boats doing loads of tacks here on the port side, trying to get back into the middle of the course as much as possible.
Yeah, it looks like the whole fleet is more even at this point. No side has been clearly favored so far. A bit early to say about the furthest right, but I think they are better in the race compared to the left side, as what the situation was in the first race. And many of these guys still want to carry on further left. They cleared these first islands and then carry on starboard even deeper into the landmark. I feel more pressure here now. Whether it's happening also out there, it's hard to tell from here, but here on the close to the land at least we have some more wind at the moment. It looks like there's good pressure through the whole fleet.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. Yeah, that the previous race, it definitely seemed like there might have been a little bit more upright on the far hand side of the race course.
There was a difference, yeah.
Yeah. But you know, previously it was sort of a situation where it was a hit the left-hand side and kind of one tack in mainly, whereas now we're seeing loads of little tic tacs on this left-hand side.
And then other boats here on the left losing on having to make more tacks. They were not able to sail as clear a lane as the boat more in the middle and on the right hand side.
Yeah, I think it also could be a situation where now there's a little bit more breeze, that the boats were able to stay more even for a longer time, coming out to this left-hand side, and these tacks could be just an indication of people trying to find a clear lane, as well as there not being that shift, which clearly put some boats further ahead.
That's gone. 8 knots on the fin. What's the number there?
Easy. Se
99.
99.
Is it 99?
Yeah.
Fin 99 tack on starboard. While Blue Bottle, they doing very well. That's Tusse Talberg.
Just a casual Olympic medalist.
Yeah. From 46 years back. Getting more wet here again.
I don't want to be too selfish and talk about our own experience here on this little rib, but it even seems like the sea state might be getting up a little bit as well.
Yeah,
but no doubt the wind is also increasing.
Yeah, there's more pressure. For the second race of the day, and that's good. Nice mix of various conditions, and sounds like tomorrow will be yet another slightly different day with more breeze and maybe even some of the rain.
Getting the full experience.
Yeah. Tusse Talberg tacking to port again, Blue Bottle following them.
Yeah, I'll say again, I don't think this left-hand side has maybe worked out as well as before, and every single little shift that they're able to take to get further back into the middle of the race course they're taking.
Yeah. Alar Volmer furthest to the left at the moment, Estonia 55. And then behind them there's the Dutch boat, pretty much on the same lane, but clearly behind. Blue Bottle looking good again. Tusse Talberg having probably his best race so far, at least on this side of the race course, looking pretty good. We'll see in a moment how the right side of the pack will be doing when they start meeting these guys. I think it's gonna be a closer pack this time at the top mark.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous just thinking about it, just looking how even the whole fleet is just now. It's gonna be a bottleneck and a half.
Approaching the mark on port tack. We'll also be wondering how they're gonna clear the roughly 50 boats coming on starboard to meet them.
Entertaining for us, perhaps stressful for
we don't need
competitors.
to be worried. When we have them all on port tack, then we go around them. One more starboard tacker here on our port side. But looking at the mark, these guys are getting very close to the ley line already. Must watch out. All laying over. I think blue Bottle looks like it's slightly over the mark already. Very close, Henry.
Yeah, a massive challenge trying to, get clear air and then also not overlay the mark. Usually, with such a big fleet, you have to make a compromise
Okay, the German boat.
to sail in dirty air for quite a long time,
Yeah.
especially if you've made the decision to come.
Okay, we go offline for a while and move to the top mark and see who's going to get there first. Okay, first beat getting done in the second race of the day, and this time the right hand side is paying off nicely. Ed, what have we seen so far?
Yeah, so initially we thought that we were following the boats coming up on the left hand side, and we were thinking that Blue Bottle was looking very nice, and you know, as they tacked towards the middle of the course, we kind of started realizing that maybe it wasn't as good as we have seen in the previous race. Blue Bottle having to tack out of a compromising position on its approach on this port ley line, and going from a compromising position and tacking once again, going from a bad situation to a bad situation, sort of trying to find a clear gap. Their life has been made fairly difficult this race after initially looking very nicely, looking like they were going really well.
And
now
it's Sweden 330, the young team that we were following quite closely in the first race. They did well in that too, and now they are leading this one.
Unbelievable.
That is Albin and Ellen Booman, Ann-Therese Johansson, Young Dragons. First place around the top mark, followed by GBR 375.
Ooh, bit of a twist in the Swedish Spinnaker there.
GBR 375, Ivan Bradbury, second place, and Estonia 19, third, that's Rene Treifelt.
Sweden still struggling to get their Spinnaker to fly.
Okay, yeah.
They've jibed, that
Jibing.
usually does the trick. Let's see if it works. Slightly unfortunate considering they're leading this race currently.
It's opening now. Yeah.
There we go, thank God.
And Belgium in fourth place, Javier Van Este on Herbie. Spinnaker up, and then it's Germany 11. Fourth. Christoph Töpfer, and now the
Oh, we have an interesting
boats coming on
situation.
port tack on the beat, having to sail through the line of Spinnaker sailing boats on the run. This is looking pretty chaotic, potentially dangerous as well.
Yeah, always a bit tricky when you have a Spinnaker boat coming.
A lot of boats to be aware of.
Spinnaker.
Carlos Reinke as well, struggling to get through.
Slightly stressful.
Ooh, that's looking really nasty.
Yeah, of course, when the Spinnaker's up, it decreases visibility. Of course, the Spinnaker boats are on starboard, so they have the right of way, but either way, it causing very dangerous, possibly dangerous situations.
And all in all, the fleet is much closer to each other after the first beat, much more even, and a lot of traffic at the top mark. But yeah, the leaders came from the right hand side. There is now Blue Bottle hoisting their kite, and they have more than 20 boats ahead of them. So
I think this is the first time that we've seen this many boats jibing after the offset mark.
yeah, driving straight away because of the congestion.
Crowdedness,
And
yeah.
also, I think the shift that made the right hand side so favored is now favoring the port jibe. So you have to jibe earlier.
Absolutely
and it pays
correct.
off. Lady B with their black and yellow striped Spinnaker close behind Blue Bottle. as the rest of the fleet is going around. But yeah, a very tight, very close fleet after the first beat, and a way to go even for Blue Bottle to reach the top 10 if they like.
Yeah.
They have three firsts and 1 23rd, and now they are 20 plus at this moment. After 4 races we have got now the updated results. This is before discards are kicking in. The overall leader after 4 races is Portugal 90 Michael Zanko with 24 points. Graham Bailey GBR 192 Blue Bottle second, 2 points behind. And third is Nicola Friesen on Germany 1207 Kalesi, and they are 3 points behind Blue Bottle after 4 races. Then it's Bo Johansen, Denmark, Andy Beatsworth, Turkey 12, Martin Paulson, Sweden 416, and Belgium 82, Javier Van Este, 7th place. 8 is Estonia 5, Yevgen Braslovets, Kalev Yacht Club. 9 is David Tabb on GBR 832, and 10th is Jan Wortmann, Germany 1221, who were the leaders after yesterday and now in 10th place. But half of the regatta still to go, 4 more races. This one, which is now going on, being race number 5.
Yeah, Blue Bottle just driving to clear their air there. I'm fascinated to see how they'll try to claw their way back, because we know that they're quick. But of course, being in such a tight-knit pack, it's always going to be difficult, no matter how good you are.
Yeah,
So-
now it's way harder to find the clean
Passing
air.
lanes are
Yeah.
few, if any.
Yeah.
And even on the first beat, we saw them having to sort of tack away from a bad situation and then having to settle for another bad situation,
Yeah.
which is just the reality of sailing in such a big fleet.
Have you spotted Portugal 90?
I have not.
Mikael Sanko, the overall leader. Where are they at this moment? I haven't spotted them so far. They might be on the other side of the pack. And then Germany 1207 is another one we would like to get a contact with. We will have to wait until they reach the bottom gate to see how they're doing. Getting interesting between the top 5. Enough a reshuffle again. No one's able to hit the top 5 every race in this very high quality fleet.
The fact that the wind shifted so far right, turning the downwind leg into a sort of, not a reach per se, but turning it into a sort of one tack downwind has really helped the Swedish pair, or the Swedish boats, 330, sort of, when you have these tactically very bare downwind legs, it really helps the boats in front. And as you can see, they're still in the lead with a few boats with them, so they're not, sailing off into the sunset just yet. And fingers crossed they can bring it home. Really rooting for them.
Yeah, I think we should make a jump to the bottom gate and be back alive after a moment. So give us a little break. Thank you. Okay, today's race number 2, we're heading to the bottom gate here for the first time. And there's a little bit of a surprise leader. Sweden 330, the young team from Gothenburg, Young Dragons, skippered by Albin Boman. They led at the top mark and they are still in a narrow lead in front of GBR 375. And the race committee has changed the course again. The wind shifted to the right. So new course to the top mark is 060. And Young Dragons in front of Ivan Bradbury, GBR 375, rounding the bottom gate. Bradbury having to bear away to get clean air from the Swedes. And then Estonia 19, René Treifeld, third around the gate. Then Portugal 90 in fourth place. Portugal 90 is Michael Zankel, who are the leaders after 4 races. So they are doing very well overall, lying fourth now in this 5th race. And as we know, Blue Bottle at least was far off the top battle this time. Then it's Netherlands 309. And we have to go quite far on the list to find them. There is Netherlands 309. They are 30th after 4 races, so very good race for them. Augustinus de Groot as the skipper. Estonia 5 is one of the top contenders. They are 8th, and yeah, they are going rounding starboard and heading left on the beat.
Just looking from here, it does seem that the right-hand side has a little bit more pressure. And we also heard that the top mark was moved into its correct position, but moved to the right-hand side.
Leaders are happy, carrying on out to the sea. So they are very confident about that side of the course being the more advantageous.
Oh, now we have a lot of traffic.
There is traffic now. This is interesting.
Sandman Sisters in the thick of it.
Yep.
Struggling to get their spinnaker down in time. Let's see how it goes. Oh.
Germany.
Wow.
1,111, 1111. There are too many ones on the number. Arndt Bruns, the 26th overall. Finland 104, having to take the outer lane here, while Carolus Reinke 101 inside of them. Lots of traffic, and this is what the top boats love. These guys are just falling further and further back, disturbing each other. Sampo Uusitalo.
Nice example of how hectic it can get in the mid-fleet or to the back end of things, when just absolutely no passing lanes, and quite the opposite, just situations that are constantly setting you back. As the last boats come to this bottom mark, I just want to take a moment to really appreciate how well the young Swedish team, Sweden 330 Young Dragons, how nicely they sailed the downwind leg, considering they did have a little bit of issues with their spinnaker when they hoisted, which almost forced them to jibe to sort of untangle the spinnaker, and nevertheless sailing a long downwind leg and at even some point pulling away, just showing their class and showing their maturity. And then if we think about leading into this day, Young Dragons were around the 40 mark in the overall results. And today they've pulled an absolute screamer out of the hat, scoring a 9 in the 4th race, which was the first race today, and leading this 5th race. So absolutely stoked for them.
Okay, we have to catch up on the top boats and head for the upwind mark, so offline for a while.
Nyt on keli taas.
Kyllä se
Kylmää.
vähän Okay, second beat, more than halfway in this last race day. Some of the boats further left were looking pretty good for a while, getting lifted on port tack, but still I would say this Swedish young team is controlling this second race of the day. They had a top 10 position already today, and they are making big steps into the in the current standings. They had 3 races around 40th so far, and today has been a big success for them. To see the 4 youngsters hiking on the side of their boat and in their clean air in a very good position. What do you think, Ed? Would you like to be there?
As you mentioned earlier, a few moments ago, the left-hand side was looking pretty nice, but now that they've tacked, it seems that they're clear ahead of the boats approaching the top mark on the port ley line. And I just have to underscore the fact that at the bottom mark, when they rounded in first, after having just held onto a lead for the whole downwind, they've now pulled away quite drastically.
Yeah, I don't know, they were a boat length ahead of Bradbury at the bottom gate, and now you can see, we can't even see Bradbury's sail number. And these guys have pulled away by a huge margin. That's hard to explain how that happened.
We'll have to ask them later on.
Yeah, definitely worth an interview, these guys today.
I mean, they must be buzzing as well to sort of have a 9th in the first race today, and now to be leading this race so commandingly. I'm sure they're on top of the world, but obviously let's sail the race first.
Yeah, they are not just in the lead, they are way of everybody. What a second beat from them. Unreal. And with the wind picked up a little bit, it's making their last run easier, to have more pressure. They have no stress about anything really, just to get the basics right and hit the finish line, and that's the probably first international race win done in this class. Not that I know their history very well, but very exciting to see this young team doing so well.
I'm wondering, did they intentionally tack below the ley line just to sort of ensure that they could cross these port tackers?
Yeah.
Because it seems to me they're not on the ley line just yet, which just, I guess, goes to show their maturity to sort of consolidate the lead that they had.
Yeah. Yeah, but the distance they pulled away from Bradbury is just
impressive.
It's not tens of meters, it's hundreds of meters. The boat length to 200 meters is quite an achievement on one beat.
Well, perhaps they are on the ley line. It's hard to tell from here.
I think they laid the mark quite nicely.
Yeah, sorry, I take back what I said.
They can go full speed. So that's Young Dragons rounding the top mark in a fantastic lead all the time on them to get Spinnaker up and sheeted. No one near the mark yet.
Absolutely showing their class after what could only be relatively after a relatively disappointing few days.
And there they go, Albin Bowman with his young crew. Spinnaker up and filled, heading for the finish line. We are still waiting for the second boat to get to the top mark. Ivan Bradbury on GBR 375 getting to the lay line now in 4th place. They were right behind the Swedes at the bottom gate. Big change.
Young Dragons
They jibed already.
taking an early jibe and sort of getting on the inside lane, getting into defensive position,
Yeah.
even though they have no boats near them, but always a
Positioning
smart
them
move.
well. It's Portugal 90 in 2nd place. And that is one of the top contenders, actually the leader before this race. They're coming 2nd now, so they're looking very strong overall. It's Michal Zankel at the helm, followed by Estonia 19. René Treifeld overall 12 after 4 races. And then comes Ivan Bradbury, who was 2nd at the bottom gate, now 4th. They are coming 11th after 4 races. And Netherlands 309. That's Augustinus de Groot. They were 30th after 4 races, now having a good one. Climbing up the rankings definitely at the moment. Germany 11 and Estonia 5 rounding neck to neck. Germany 11, Christoph Töpfer in 24th place after 4 races. And Estonia 5-8 overall after 4 races with Yevgen Braslavets at the helm. Then there is Turkey 12, Andy Beatsworth overall 5th after 4 races. Followed by Belgium 82, Javier Van Estet overall 7th before this race. Jibing at the mark as is.
Yeah, everyone doing an early jibe at this
Andy
offset
Beatsworth.
mark, which is sort of indicating
everybody wants to be on port jibe as soon as possible.
indicating that the wind has shifted even more right throughout the second beat.
Looks like it, yeah. This Finland 90, Andy Nyström. Now it's Kalle Pihl. Kalle Pihl at the helm. Hosting the fight, and then another finish. Both Peter von Kuuspool, Imin Cheng, Niko Ruokasuo, Pauli Ruokasuo hoisting and
Beautiful
tight
hoist from
set.
Sweden, 800.
Sweden 800, really doing a beautiful hoist, getting the Spinnaker up and filled it in while the Finns are struggling to get air in their sails. German 1-2-1, Jan Wortmann 10th place overall. before this one, and then Tussa Talberi behind them, Finland 99, and then logging off on UAE 17, Sweden 416. Hey, hey, hey. They're cheering for each other. Starboard port situations building up as traffic is getting congested. Yeah, well, that was.
Yeah, previously we had the port starboard, now we had the windward leeward.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, and while hoisting the spinnaker and trying to get it filled, you forget. And there is Blue Bottle with the yellow spinnaker at the marker now.
They seem like they have maybe not been able to claw back.
And Carolus Renk, no, they haven't really climbed up. Only shows how difficult it gets when you are mid-fleet.
Absolutely. In the trenches, so to speak.
Okay, we could start following the leaders towards the finish line. Tussa Talberi. No, sorry, it's 10 number, wrong nationality. Lady B with the black and yellow spinnaker on the run. And Fin 85, Christian Borenius here closest to us with the blue spinnaker. And the queue has stretched pretty far out. It's a long line of boats. We can just see a little spot on the horizon looking at the Swedish boat leading the last leg of today towards the finish line. And we go offline for a while and move forward close to the leaders and to the finish line, waiting for them to get there, so bear with us. Okay, race number 2 of the day and race 5 altogether coming to finish line, and the leaders by a good margin. Sweden 330. The young dragons, that's Albin Boman, Ellen Boman, Ann-Therese Johansson and Dennis Fonseca Carlson. A perfect race for the young team, celebrating there. They had before today they had positions 42, 39, 44, and today a 9th and a 1st, so a huge, looks like closest to them.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the skipper of Young Guns was just taking a photo of the Spinnakers.
Yeah.
Probably a moment they won't
rare
forget.
Opportunity.
A moment that will
should
stay in
be
their
used.
mind for a while.
So Portugal 90 coming second, and they are the overall leaders before this race and definitely also after this race, strengthening their position. Michael Sankel, Diego Pereira, Joao Matos Rosa on easy. Very well sailed today, and all regatta so far. It's 5 out of 8 races done by now, and they are looking very strong. Estonia 19 getting 3rd place. René Treifeld, they were 12th before this race and now making a jump forward with GBR 375. Ivan Bradbury 11th before this race, so they are close. Only 2 points between these boats before this race, and now they were neck by neck. Netherlands 309 coming 5th. Netherlands 309. Agustinos de Groot on Furious. They were 30th before this race, so a good one for them as well. Estonia 5. Yevgen Braslavets 8th overall before this race. And then there is Turkey 12, Germany 11, and Belgium 82. Having a very close finish, looking like Andy Beechworth on Turkey 12 might be, well, from our angle it's hard to say, could as well be the boat closer to us, Germany 11. Crossing the line first out of these 3 boats, and then with the purple spinnaker. Who's that? The same is not right now. German 11. Germany 11 is Christoph Topfer. Then we had Belgium 82 behind them. And that's Javier Van Este, 7th overall before this race. That's top 10 finished, and then more traffic towards the finish line. There is Peter van Kuusko, Fin 92, Kalle Piel, Fin 90, neck to neck, and also Fin 95. Christian Sjöberg, very close finish pack, and there's Fin 99, Tusse Tauber on more or less same line. Bit of laughing operation going on between Van Kuusko and Piel, and Christian Sjöberg trying to squeeze it, but Van Kuusko, I think, first of these 4 Finnish boats finishing very close to each other.
Yeah, lots of shouting, but I don't think there was much of a situation there, to be honest.
USA 325. And then Estonia 66. Okay, well, we can call it a day at this point. This blue bottle still heading for the finish line. It wasn't their race this time. They had a first in the race before this one, but now outside of 20 for the second time, and that's making it quite interesting in the total points now. Looking like they have a bit of a challenge ahead of them, have to count in definitely already, so making it interesting, but a strong leader after today will be, in overall points, will be Portugal 90, Michael Sankel. They've been very consistent so far. Positions 3, 2, 6, 13 and a second in this one, so they're looking very strong before Thursday's 2 races, and then hopefully Friday 1 more to go. But thank you for the day, and with these finishing pictures we wrap the day, and we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you.